I have to manually turn everything on. Hi, hello. How are you guys? Happy Wednesday. Pony, I don't remember what this task was. Remind Nar. Was that for the raid message? I almost got pulled into a call and I'm so glad I did not. I would also be glad. I have one meeting today. It's at 5. Knock on wood that I don't get invited or pulled into any others. I have a sore throat, but and that's gonna be my excuse to not talk in any meetings today. Just say you can't. Yeah. Can you check my chat history and mod view? Yeah. Remind Nara to turn on her space heater. Oh, that's okay. I mean, it's over there. I'll have to go get it. I'm not cold right now. Good job. First task of the day done. I have my work laptop over here, which I never use. Oh, does this even work now? Okay, that works. I don't know. So Touch Portal is no longer connecting to OBS. This appears to be just a me problem because I couldn't find anybody else complaining about this. It's not connecting to the WebSocket server. Touch Portal, if you guys don't know, it's basically like a Stream Deck, but I use it on my laptop, not my laptop, my iPad. Because Stream Decks are fucking expensive and I'm poor and I have an iPad that I don't use, so and I've been using it for years and I love it and it works fine. For some reason last stream it didn't connect, couldn't figure out why, and then this morning I was like, oh well, I woke up early for no reason, I'm gonna get up and shower and troubleshoot what's going on, and found out that it's not well, it says it's connected to OBS. If I try to do any OBS actions, it says it's not connected and then starts to like go through setup wizard. Which didn't work. It didn't error out. It just kind of hung there. And so I uninstalled Touch Portal because everything else is connected. I use OBS for everything. Everything's connected to it. StreamerBot's connected to it. All my plugins are connected to it. Everything's working fine, just not Touch Portal. So I reinstalled it, same problem. However, Touch Portal has a plugin, what's on my lip? A plugin with StreamerBot that I can kind of use StreamerBot to connect to OBS and just like bypass the Touch Portal side of it. Which I've been meaning to do anyway, because I have like some of my stuff on that already. Yeah, it's annoying. I just haven't gotten around to doing it because I didn't need to. Now I clearly need to because I can't get this to connect anymore. And I don't want to uninstall and reinstall OBS because I have a whole bunch of OBS plugins and that would be a lot more annoying. So here we are, you know, just normal streamer things. Anyway, I have a lot to do today because I took the last 2 days off of work, basically. We had a meeting yesterday with the company that we're using for the bot building that I've been working on for a while. And they didn't record the meeting, which is the first time they didn't record the meeting since we've had them. And I'm really bummed out about it because Lauren took a bunch of notes and I'm sure the notes are really good. I just really didn't want to read. I wanted to put it on in the background and listen, but I'm gonna have to go read through those. Yeah, so today's gonna be catch up for me. My goal for today is to just keep my head down, not really talk to anybody, get my work done, and well, except for you guys, obviously. Get my work done, hopefully not get pulled into any unnecessary meetings, and just focus. So, obviously, yeah. I wouldn't leave you guys hanging. We just got a huge email from our InfoSec team, a bunch of flashy warnings. So somebody must be clicking on phishing emails. We're too cute not to talk to. So true. I've got a huge email. It's just first of all, nobody's gonna read this email. There's too much text in it. A lot of it's small. And then there's this big graphic in the middle with a lot more small text. And I keep telling people in the company that they need to stop using graphics in their emails without alt text because it's terrible. And they don't listen. We have a website for one of our products that is basically a huge graphic. There's no there's no text on there. None of it has alt text. And I'm just this is an accessibility nightmare. But, not my circus, so. Anyway, what do you guys have to do today? Can you tell I'm procrastinating already? Are you saying I should sue them? Yeah. No. Not until I have a new job. We did get I think I mentioned this a little bit last week, or maybe not. We did get a letter, an official letter with intent to sue about something stupid. It's not it's not really valid. Last week, I think it was last week, and Lauren and I were looking at it, and the amount of money they're asking for makes it obvious that it's just a scam. But yeah. I did email the people that were in the meeting yesterday and was like, hey, got any recordings that I could look at from yesterday? I don't think so. Good morning. Narabot always greets you twice. Why? I slapped with a fire drill project to implement automated testing against a whole new type of cluster authentication provider. So got to figure out how to do it, then code it, then create the automation by next week. Good luck. That sounds terrible. Okay. I'll do it. I'll do my work. I'm gonna complain about it the whole time. Let's see. What time is it? 10 after 12. But why? Because I have to play catch up because I took days off and that's what happens. Work is evil, you're right. I also thought it was a therapy day. It's not. Next week is therapy. And that's a bummer, but it's okay. Play mustard instead. Play mustard? What? I see. Play mustard. Got it. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I know I said I woke up early, like wide awake, which is true because I woke up like before my alarm and I think I went to sleep at like 5 a.m. So like maybe 5 hours of sleep. Not even, I don't think. I woke up wide awake and I was like, well, I guess I'm up now. And I got up and I showered and I started doing things. And I was like, ah, I'm here. I am present. But apparently not totally. Hi, Kume. Make and eat lunch. What's for lunch? And can I have some? It's fine. It was a dad joke. Sometimes they're really bad. No, sometimes, I mean, no, I enjoy a good dad joke, you know? As a dad myself, I'm thinking a hoagie today, feeling like a sandwich and chip Wednesday. Yeah, I feel that too. I feel like she reuses that one a lot, actually. Yeah. I wish I could say that I have like an endless knowledge and endless stores of dad jokes because sometimes it feels like that, but I can't like call them up on command. The you know, the opportunity has to just come up. All right. Dad jokes are situational. Yeah. Yeah. I'm a big fan of a good pun. I know most of them aren't funny, but they're for me more than anything else. Where's my book? Please bear with my T-Rex arms for a moment. Nothing happened. I almost knocked a whole bunch of stuff. My shirt, top, whatever. This. What is that pattern? Argyle? Is this Argyle? I don't know. It's Pikachu. Looks like a digital camo. No, Argyle's the diamonds. What is this called? No, there's a name for this. It's not digital camo. I don't know what it is. But there is a name for it. Houndstooth. Thank you. Yeah. Didn't think it was, but it looks like it. Well, I can tell you right now, you'll never find me wearing camo, so now I probably will never wear this again. Thank you. Yeah. Man, I'm getting people on the Uncrustable train. Like, somebody asked on Blue Sky yesterday about like good ideas for quick meals because they forget to eat a lot, and I was like, Uncrustables. I'm selling my Uncrustable agenda to anyone who'll listen. Listen. Easy. Pull it out of the freezer in the morning and you have it whenever. Has protein, tastes good, perfect ratio. We've been over this, you guys know. Okay. I don't remember why I got this book, because it's not actually dad jokes. Strawberry and peanut butter and crustable. Yeah, but they now have raspberry, which I discovered recently. And like, I like both. Give me raspberry or strawberry, either way. But when I found the raspberry, it was like Christmas. Yeah. Do you guys know Kyle Prue? I know we brought him up last time. He's like a TikToker, but he wrote a book called How to Piss Off Men. It's pretty good. But this, like dad jokes, is situational. You gotta wait until somebody says something. And then you have to respond in kind. It is a really good book. Let me give you an example. Too bad men don't exist anymore. That's so true. What am I gonna do with this book? Well, maybe it'll become like a collector's item and it'll be worth a lot of money. You're right, all woman. Fuck. Well, on that note, I'm gonna get some work done, I think. Probably. Oh, right, I can't use touch portal. God damn it. Okay. How are you guys doing? How are your tasks going? Did I get any done? I did. Hold on. I got this one done. Hold on. Let me also do this. No. I mean, any hat can be a boss bitch hat, right? If you use it properly. In this case, it just meant I opened a group chat with some people and asked them why we did XYZ when we all agreed that XYZ wasn't acceptable. Needs to buy you a beanie that says boss bitch, yeah. I have. It might not be in here anymore. I had like a plaque that said boss bitch on it. Be perfect with your mug, yeah. You're right. Wear it to all meetings and drink constantly. Yeah, I don't know. I need a new job. But we knew that. Yeah. It is what it is. What is going on? My lips just chapped and like... Whatever. Anyway, hope you guys were more productive than me during your focus period. Still sad, yeah. For now, but if I get a new job, then it'll be happy. A joyous occasion, probably for everyone. Because I will be less bitchy in general. Less stressed, hopefully. Less sleep deprived, maybe. It's just finding the energy to apply for jobs that's the problem. So if someone could tell me how to do that, how to find the energy, that'd be great. If anybody has any tips or trips, tips or tricks, you know. Energy, motivation to apply for jobs. Or, I mean, lots of things, but that's, I think, the most pressing. No idea. All right, well. Become an energy vampire. Then I'd have to, like, be around people all the time so I could take their energy. I really had to think about what words I was going to use there. I don't know how so-called normal people do it. Well, I'm not normal. So I don't know that I would need the normal people tips anyway. Us non-normies never have the energy, I think. Yeah, well. It's just that the energy is taken up by all these other things, you know? And then... unless we have the hyperactives, yeah. Well, I have the hyperactives, but my hyperactive is more like hyper focus. I don't have like the zoomies. I have the, I can sit and stare at this project for 12 hours and forget to eat, drink, go to the bathroom, anything, and be like, oh, okay, that's where my day went. Better since the Adderall, but Minecraft over food. For me, it can be all kinds of things. It can be gaming, it can be work, it could be reading, writing when I was actively writing. Playing around with new programs I'm learning. All kinds of stuff. Usually not what I'm supposed to be doing. But a lot of the times it is work, so I guess that's not entirely true. This is gonna make sleepy music. Remember how I was like, I'm gonna go through and come up with a focus specific playlist? I did not do that. So, sorry about the sleepy music that gets in there. Someday I'll remember when I'm not streaming to do that. Possibly. Not today, clearly. I'm gonna tell you guys the I don't know if you care. I'm gonna tell you guys the frustration that I had, the boss bitch hat moment. So you've heard me talk about that we're building a new bot. We still have our old bot that is currently active. It answers support tickets and whatnot. And they're trying to have it answer emails. Up until now, it was doing chat, mostly. A long, long time ago, in this galaxy, not one far, far away, we started talking about the email thing, and we were running into an issue where, well, not, it was before the email thing. We were running into an issue that every time the bot tried to hand off to an agent, it would create a duplicate ticket. And when I was trying to figure out how to fix this, they were like, oh, well, to prevent this, you should create a trigger that automatically closes the ticket as soon as it comes in, basically. And I was like, no, that's an unacceptable answer to tell people. You can't tell a business to close a ticket immediately. What if the customer responds? So the customer responds to a ticket, it's going to open a brand new ticket, and then we have to tell the agents, okay, you have to go look for this old ticket every time. Our agents are not that smart. They're not that good at their jobs. That's not something I can rely on. Not my problem. That's another, not my circus. So, okay, so we have to close our ticket, let you create a new ticket, and then hope that our agents are like going back and looking in the history. Okay, no, that's unacceptable. And for us, like not all companies do this. I'm sure you've sent support tickets to, and like once they close the ticket, you'll get a thing that's like the ticket has been closed. You can open a new one, like whatever. Usually, most people, in my experience, that's like 3 days, maybe 7 days, maybe a month. Ours is a month. And I was like, well, we're not doing that. And even if it wasn't us, like you can't tell, that's not an acceptable answer to give to a business, to be like, you close your tickets. Because sometimes people like to let their customers reopen tickets to respond. This was, I want to say, over a year ago. So anyway, fast forward to this week. We're testing this email rollout, and this came up last week that they were saying they can't figure out a way to update the tickets. So what they want us to do is, as soon as it comes in from the bot, we set up a trigger, an automation to close it, and then the bot will create a new ticket. Again, same problem. Even more annoying, in my opinion, than a chat, because a lot of times people let chats go. Like they walk away, whatever, they're not gonna come back. That's the end. Emails, not so much. Usually, maybe you don't get to it that day, that week, whatever. You see it in your inbox later and you respond. So they said this, I guess, while I was out. And I just found out about it and I was like, wait, what? And so we could also like manually configure this so that we update the ticket. That would require adding a tag to it, creating like a webhook, and then like 3 automations and like all this stuff just to update the ticket, because they can't figure out how to get like to use the right API to update it instead of create a new one. And I was like, that's not our problem. And I don't want us putting in any extra work into this, because I brought this up to them a year ago. So we're not gonna put extra work to create a solution for their product that isn't doing it right. That's their problem. And it's like, it's just not practical to tell businesses to change the way they handle their support system because you don't want to figure out how to connect to the right endpoint. Like, I don't. So. Oh, also, they don't have, so we have multiple products. I think I talked about this before. We have multiple products, and their bot doesn't have the ability to like set branding. I'm at the point where I'm like, why are we doing this? Why are we moving forward when we have this other bot we've been working on that does all these things that this one doesn't? It makes no sense to me that we would launch this email AI thing. It's gonna be a mess. It's gonna create duplicate tickets for us all over the place. We don't know if it's gonna pick the right product. Like, why? Anyway, breaks are just like a guideline, you know? Breaks are over when I say they're over anyway. Anyway, so that's why I had to put on the boss bitch hat and be like, hey guys, what are we doing here? And then my boss, who was in the meeting where this was discussed, said, I'm not up to speed on this issue. Okay. So, my day's going well. I hope you guys are having less frustrating days. Also, hello, Senua. How is your dying? That sounds wrong. How is your material editing adventure going? There was something I was going to grab. Oh, right. What did I do here? Who knows? Not me. Oh, and also, Lauren, if you're listening, Lauren volunteers to do more work to fix these problems a lot. And I want her to stop and value her own time better. Lauren, stop it, yeah. Do not volunteer to do extra work for things that are not your problem. Take the mug to heart. Lauren, how is your Minecraft? How is your Stardew modding investigation going? Did you play around with that at all since we talked about it? Be exploited by the capitalist hellmasters. Well, that's gonna happen anyway. We're all just cogs in that machine. Haven't made anything yet, but I'm reading all the open source samples. No need to volunteer for more. Yeah, fair. But my niece bright ready to make silly hats for Saturday. Silly hats? But we just got our cone hats. I thought you were gonna make cult shirts. I'm like, I can't. Cult shirts. Then silly shirts. Cone hat gang. Dude, those cone hats are so they're so cute. And silly. I'm so happy we all spent so much money to get them. Only cost us like 30K. Whatever. Who cares? As it turns out, money does buy happiness. And my happiness was a bunch of people wearing cone hats. Alright, back to work, I suppose. What time is it? All right. I have a meeting at 5. Making clothing mods will be easy. This doesn't require coding, but I've been reading the API to see if I can maybe somehow code an item in item crediting on a trigger event from Twitch. You can. I know you can because there's a streamer bot plugin for Stardew. I'll find that and send it to you. Maybe you can like reverse engineer it. Where did I find it? I think it was in the streamer bot like extensions thing. I'll find it, send it. Alright, let me put a timer on and then I'll look for that in a bit. What did I focus on for the last hour? Good question. Me. I don't know. Venting? No, I did start going through focusing, yeah. I did start going through that project plan stuff. I just don't know what to do with it right now. Asking the important questions, yeah. That's what I don't know why I thought I would get anything done today. Beyond, like, catching up on email and Slacks and everything. Maybe progress is for tomorrow. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna stop looking at it for now, at least, because this is break time. I can place a Chewy order during break time though, because that's like, you know, that's not work stuff. And I need litter. I need this. I'm hitting that wall where my brain is like, yeah, you did wake up too early today, and I'm not gonna stand for it anymore. So I need this tea to really get me back on track. I also have an energy drink in the other room, so there's that if I need it. For like the longest time, obviously I also cannot get comfortable, but that's not important. For the longest time, I used to order those like big like pails of litter. Every time I had them on like auto ship. And then I realized that they sell refill bags for those. And like, I'm an idiot, but also like mind blown, because like every month I was putting out those plastic pails with the recycling, and I didn't need to do that. I could just buy refills and just reuse the same fucking pail every time. So why is the plant dead? What'd you do to it? Thought you were supposed to be good at this kind of thing. What? Oh. Why'd you do that? I gotta move my camera down again. I'm extra short again. Well. Okay. So you killed it on purpose? Oh. It's kind of fucked up. You couldn't like give it away to someone? Fair enough. When each of my siblings was born, my uncle got my mom a houseplant, and both of those things are like huge and still alive. I didn't get one. It's on the list of things that I was not included. And I don't think anyone else would have been able to grow it properly, so I would have ended up just as dead. Fair enough. Actually, I think one of them might have gotten thrown out when my parents moved. I don't know. I am the oldest, and they are... My mom remarried when I was 6. So, I'm the step kid. I mean, I guess technically I'm not the oldest. I had a brother, but he died before I was born. So, but like that doesn't really count. The elder daughter complex, yeah. Sad, yeah. Yeah. He didn't make it out of the hospital when he was born, so. He had anencephaly, and I think the doctors didn't really know what to do with it. So I don't think it was really handled well, but not really my trauma, my mom's trauma. I was the makeup baby. And then my parents got divorced when I was like a year old, so I guess I didn't solve all the problems. Been not living up to expectations my entire life, so. Yeah, shocker, I know. Babies don't solve marital issues. What? What do you mean? People have been tricking their significant others into having babies to make things better for decades. Longer, I'm sure. Hey, with low expectations, you can only pleasantly surprise, never disappoint. Very true. Literally for all time, probably, yeah. Yeah. This person on that bot team doesn't even like tag me in the conversation anymore. I think they know better. Yeah, well, my parents also, you know, there were other issues like drug addiction, cheating, getting together when they were like 15. I don't think a baby would have fit. My brother wasn't planned, and I think they got like so used to the idea of having a baby, and then he died, and they were like, well, we already got this nursery set up, let's try again. And here I am. Oof, indeed. Gambled the right emote. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good one. I do really like that one. I kind of want to redesign it though, because I made it back in the day when I was like using a mouse on Photoshop to hand draw things. No, I designed the first iteration of them, and then the newer ones I hired someone to do. And I really like them, and I want more, but like, she has disappeared off the face of the earth with the mouse, yeah. Yeah, well, I started with the mouse, and then I got a drawing tablet, and I kind of cleaned them up a little bit, but yeah, the ones you see other than like oof, the nice ones were done by someone I hired. But yeah, she like disappeared off the face of the earth. She was in my Discord for a little bit. She's not there. I found her on Fiverr. She hasn't been online since like she did my emotes. I think I'm the only order she ever filled. I tried to find her on Twitch. She hasn't like streamed at all since like, I don't know how much. I think I paid. They weren't that expensive because I think she was like in school for like art and she was like practicing, and I loved them, and I think I ended up like tipping her the same amount she charged me because I was like, these are great. What do you mean? I think they cost me like $100. Maybe a little more because I got more done. But considering like how long it would take me, because I do not consider myself an artist and it takes me a lot longer to do things because I redo them until I'm happy, which is sometimes never. It was worth the time saved for me. But yeah, I mean, I think I could pull it up probably. Which email address did I use is the question. Okay, not that one. Okay, so orders? No. Message. Okay. Yeah. I paid like a total of $100, and that was for please hold. I think 15. Yeah, probably. Don't respond to people who send you messages on like Instagram. I think every day I get like 1 or 2 people following me on Instagram who are graphic designers, scam artists. Who, if they're even doing anything, they're probably feeding it to AI. No, that's just direct ban. Yeah. Yeah, so she did 15 emotes for me. Let me find the original listing. Yeah, so she was charging $25 for 5 emotes. $50 for 15 emotes. And so I gave her $100 for 15 emotes because I really liked them. I thought they came out really nicely. And she was super sweet. And there were like a couple issues that, not issues, but like she had never done this before. So like there were things with text that wasn't really visible in Twitch. So she went and like fixed that for me. But yeah, I mean, worth the money in my opinion. Yeah. She was so sweet, and I'm so sad she's gone because I ended up making some shitty ones to add because I have more slots available now than I did then. And I would love for her to make more for me, but I don't know where she is. That's a bummer. But like she had followed me on Twitch and was saying she was thinking about starting streaming, so I had followed her back hoping like I could find her. But alas. And I was gonna do some, you know, like internet sleuthing. But I was like, man, maybe she doesn't want to be found. So I will just be sad about it. Maybe try to draw my own again. At some point. We'll see. Who has the time, you know? But yeah, I mean, it's so hard to tell, or it's so hard to like give advice on things like that too, because like you could go on Fiverr, which is where I found her, and she had one order before me and no like one review. Maybe she just stopped using Twitch. Artists are often underpaid. Yeah. Well, I messaged her on Fiverr too. And I think it said the last time she was online was like, let me see, it was a while. I messaged her 4 months ago. Haven't heard her since, or haven't heard from her. It says the last time she was online on Fiverr was a year ago. And I think that's the default. Fiverr is like, you can hire freelance anything, basically. So like I've done voice work on Fiverr. People will do like, I've done like translations on Fiverr. Yeah, basically anything you can think of. Graphic design, video editing. But you have to be careful, because what I was gonna say is, like, she only had one other order before I hired her, so it was really a gamble. Like, she could have been terrible. But she was great. But then I've also seen people who have like hundreds of reviews and good reviews, and like they can't follow instructions whatsoever. I don't know if Nicole is here, or if she's got the stream muted, but she probably remembers when I tried to hire somebody to make like an intro for my YouTube videos, because I didn't feel like I was like frustrating myself. One thing about me is I'm so much of a perfectionist when I'm trying to make things for myself, but if I hire someone, usually I'm pretty easygoing about it. But basically what I wanted them to do was make like a little ghost, because like we have the ghosties everywhere, that like swirled, like flew in and swirled in and then like turned into a logo. I'd show you how bad what they gave me was. It was very obviously like they didn't know how to do the thing they were saying that they could do, so they downloaded like assets off of whatever, Adobe, Motion Array, whatever, and then like tried to manipulate it to do what I asked, and it was nothing like what I asked. And I was like, hey, I went and like made a mock-up in After Effects and was like, this is what I'm kind of looking for. Obviously this isn't like, I want like actual art. This is just like a stock image that I grabbed doing something like this, but I'm not an expert. I'm not a professional. So I'd like somebody to design it for me, like draw it for me. And they were like, okay. And then they 3 times gave me not what I asked for. And I could not have been more clear. And finally I was like, okay, I don't know if this is like they're mass producing stuff. They don't care. They like, yeah, exactly. Or if it's like a language barrier. I don't know what the issue was, but finally I was like, okay, fine. And yeah, you pay before you get it, but you can like dispute it. Not dispute it, but like say this isn't what I asked for. But like at that point, another thing about me is I won't not pay someone for the work they've done. So I wasn't gonna like, I'm not gonna use that logo. I think I deleted it, but I wasn't gonna like not pay them for it, because I don't know if this person I was talking to was not relaying the information to the artist, because it was obviously like a company, not a person. Because I was talking to like different people every time. I didn't realize that until later. So I was like, I'm just, you know, whatever. So it's hit or miss. So you have to be careful. is the moral of the story. And if you know someone who is an artist, I would recommend commissioning them first anyway. At the time when I was getting my emotes done, I was like not sure yet if I was going to keep streaming, and I didn't want to like advertise. Like the last thing you want to do is post on social media that you're looking for a graphic designer. But anyway, yeah, so my experience with my emote artist, great. Some other artists I've tried to hire, not so great. Feels cringe at first, yeah. Well, that, and also the bots will swarm you. You mentioned graphic design, especially on Twitter, but like, don't use Twitter. Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to think if I know anyone who is like doing commissions. I feel like I just saw someone in my Discord, and their like Discord profile said something about commissions being open. If I find it, I'll let you know. Sorry, somebody just said, what's the worst that can happen? Knock on wood. You have some designer friends, yeah. So, and I think one thing that really helped me was because I had made my original emotes, I already knew like the style, not the style, the art style necessarily, but like the vibe I was going for. And so I was like, hey, these are what I did. I don't like them. I love your style. Can you do something like this in your style? More polished, because I'm not good at this. And she delivered. So I think I'm asking them to do it and just be like, don't ask why. Yeah, hey, there you go. Can't hurt, right? What else do I need to do? I think we can probably say this is done. Sort of. It's actually probably super helpful to show what you don't like to artists. Yeah. Yeah. And also, thank you. I'm very indecisive about things, so I've learned to be better, but also, here's a tangent. When I started getting my half sleeve done, which is not done yet, still, I showed up with, again, a mock-up because I did know what I wanted. I was like, I want like a space motif. I want it in purples and pinks and blues. I want these things from other like space media. So I have like something from Mass Effect. I have something from Portal, Star Wars. There are other things that aren't on there yet. I was like, I want these arranged on my arm, but I want you to do it. Like, I want it to be in your art style, because if I'm going to an artist, I'm paying hundreds of dollars. I want their artwork. And this guy was like, okay, I'll draw something up. I'll text it to you. Your appointment is this day and we'll get started. And I got there and he printed off pictures from the internet and drew nothing. He printed off pictures that I sent him for my mock-up, and then he printed off a astronaut dude. Skeletal astronaut dude, which is cool. Don't get me wrong. But it's not what I wanted. And it was huge. And I was like, this was back before I was better about standing up for myself. And so I just kind of let it happen. Also, it wasn't the right colors. So I sat there for 3 sessions while this guy tattooed my arm with what I didn't want and spent, I think, $1,400 on it so far. Well, I didn't. Let me be clear that I didn't know what it was going to look like at first. Because, you know, trust the process, whatever. And everyone at this tattoo shop was like, this is the best guy to go to if you want like space, because he does really good like space clouds and whatever. I don't know what word I'm looking for, but you understand what I mean, hopefully. And that part was great, other than being yellow and green and not the colors I asked for. The skeleton dude, I was like, this is kind of big. And he's like, well, you need a focal point. And I was like, but why wouldn't I want the focal point to be one of the things I asked for? He was like, trust me, it'll look good once it's done. I can show part of it. Nope. Space guy. As you can see, pretty much the whole thing. A lot of other things happened in the meantime. COVID. Found out this guy was an anti-vaxxer and transphobic, and so I didn't go back to him. Found another tattoo artist. I love her. Walked into that shop. I'm gonna stop hitting my mic, I swear. And I was like in a whole different world. Now I have quite a few tattoos. I've been to a lot of tattoo shops. This was the first time I walked into a tattoo shop and I was like, I'm comfortable here. What do you mean you don't, like, every tattoo shop isn't a bunch of dudes being assholes and like smoking inside and whatever. So anyway, I love her. I love my new tattoo artist. And when I told her what happened, she was like, hey, we have a website in the city, or like for the city, that tells you safe spaces for tattoos, for like other artists, people who are queer friendly, just like people that other people in the industry have flagged as okay. And she's like, you should use this from now on. And I was like, yeah, thank you. That's great. And then she was like, I can fix it for you. And I was like, oh, what do you mean? She's like, oh yeah, like it's not that, like, I don't remember what she said, but she's like, yeah, I can like fix the colors for you and finish it for you. And her fee also is less than his. She's super sweet, but I'm broke right now and she's booked like 3 months in advance. So like I have to go on the last day of the month and message her and be like, hey, when's your next appointment? And hope that I have money. Yeah, I'm really happy I found her too. It's crazy. But yeah, that's my tattoo horror story. And the only reason I went to that shop in the first place is I have 2 other tattoos I got done. Well, I have 1 other tattoo I got there, and I have a bunch of piercings that I got there. And the person who did my other tattoo there, which was just like line art, I didn't remember his name. So I was like, hey, I got this memorial tattoo done a few years ago. I'd like the same artist. I don't remember his name. And they were like, oh, it's probably this guy. He's the one that he does a lot of the stuff like this. And I don't think it was that guy, but that's how I ended up there. My first experience was a type A girl, almost felt like a doctor's appointment. Can't imagine the environment you described. Yeah. Yeah. I think the artist I go to now, I think she's the owner of that shop, and like you walk in and it's clean and quiet. I mean, quiet as quiet as a tattoo shop can be with machinery and whatnot. They have like curtains between each station, so like people walking in aren't watching you get tattooed, which like that has never bothered me. I don't care, but it is nice, and I can understand why people would not want strangers walking in and seeing them get tattooed. She was constantly checking in with me. How are you doing? Do you need a break? Are you comfortable? Do you want a snack? I was like, no, but can we be friends? Like, what do you mean? But yeah, so you never like, you ever like find something you didn't realize you needed and it hits you and you're like, oh, this is how things are supposed to be. That's what that was like for me. Yeah, walking into that tattoo shop was like that for me. I was like, this is a whole new environment. I don't know what to expect. I don't know what it is. It's so different from what I'm used to. And then it was so amazing, and I was like, I'll never go anywhere else probably. Like, this is crazy. So yeah. And that was right after COVID. So I think it was also like, hey, businesses are opening up again. I wanted to get a new tattoo, and I found this place, and after like everything was shit for so long. It sounds so silly. Like, after everything was terrible for so long, I found a tattoo artist that I love, and everything was fine again, which is not true, but little wins, you know? You gotta take them where you can. Okay. Back to business. The last two things on here. Oh, I was gonna place the Chewy order. Last two things on here are not work related, but I don't know that I want to set myself up for failure and put more work related tasks on there. Yeah, I need to get back to studying. What are you studying? What, computer science? Am I getting you confused with your stuff confused with someone else? Okay. Interesting. Well, good luck. We'll be here in fingerprint recognition. That's cool. We'll be back in an hour-ish. With Iris and Faith. Are you enjoying that? That sounds really cool. Fascinating. Me, at least. And then I'll let you go. Yeah, it's super interesting, but also a hard exam to pass. Well, we'll let you focus. Hopefully, go into it feeling confident, and we'll be back in a bit. Okay. We're doing great, guys. Everybody's doing great. Oh. I'm gonna go on a tangent in a second. I'm waiting for Nicole. Okay. Let's see. That's my favorite. It is by far the most frequently used emote on the channel, and I'm glad because it's my favorite. Okay, so you guys, this is gonna seem completely out of left field. We're talking about the Karen Reed trial, and if you are familiar or not familiar, very, very, very quick recap is Karen Reed was charged with murdering her boyfriend, and the whole thing was very fishy. And I personally don't feel like the case was proven. But like, I don't know what the prosecution was doing, but it seemed very much like they didn't prove a case by the end of it. And Nicole can attest to me watching the case every day. Like, I don't know where they're going with this because they haven't stated a case yet. I don't know how they're gonna prove it. And then the jury hung. So now they are going through a retrial, getting ready for a retrial. And there's been a lot of stuff that came out. For example, the video that I watched most recently, the one that you said you haven't watched. Or maybe, well, I've been watching two different people covering it. One of the pieces of evidence, according to the state, that she hit him with her car was a video of the car after it was taken to the police precinct. When they showed that in court, the defense was like, wait, but this image is reversed, like it's flipped. And that was important because they were saying like the driver's side was hit or whatever, but it was the passenger or whatever. There was a whole bunch of chain of custody issues. There's a whole bunch of chain of custody issues with everything. Like, for example, the cops using a snowblower to collect evidence, putting it in red Solo cups that they got from a neighbor's house instead of proper evidence bags. But anyway, one of the things was they hadn't turned over this footage in a timely manner because they only keep video footage for like 30 days. That's like the precinct policy. Which is, you know, whatever. If that's the case, it's gone by the time you go to trial, right? However, in the time between that trial and now, somehow they found more footage from that event that apparently was deleted. And it's a little different. And it shows some things like a phone call between one of the cops on the phone, which at the time, because they didn't have this footage, but they had phone records, the guy said it was a butt dial. But there's now video footage of him on the phone with someone after the murder. Yeah. So I don't know what this new thing is. It's probably gonna be them, because they tried to block the forensic expert that said the guy's wounds were more indicative of a dog bite than they were of a car crash. They're trying to block another expert. Probably, my guess is going to be the one with the cell phone records, because another part of that video that I watched the other day, they were talking about how the how long to die in cold Google search, which was like a big thing that the defense was talking about. Like, one of the people at that party Googled how long to die in the cold before the body, like before anybody supposedly had found the body. That search, yeah, it's a pretty big deal. The expert that the Commonwealth brought in at that time was like, oh, well, the timestamp on that search, it could be the timestamp they opened the tab on the phone, on the browser. That doesn't necessarily mean that's when they typed in the search. But apparently, they did another, like, Cellbrite extraction. And Cellbrite has like, everything that comes out about this, I'm like, what do you mean? Cellbrite has now updated their firmware, and they ran a new extraction, and that search isn't on it. And so the defense brought in another expert to look at the original extraction. If you guys aren't aware, Cellbrite pulls like cell phone data. No, I think it means because the Cellbrite expert that the Commonwealth called was like one of the creators of the software. And so the defense is like implying, they haven't come out and said it, but implying that they modified the firmware so that it wouldn't pull that. But they still have the original extraction. So they brought in another expert who is, I don't remember his credentials, but arguably more qualified than just the Cellbrite guy, because the Cellbrite guy is an expert on Cellbrite. Cellbrite is a piece of equipment. It's a brand that pulls cell phone data, but like their guy is like a forensic investigator who is specializing in the actual, like, reading the data. So that's who I'm guessing they're gonna try to block. But I don't know, I have to watch it later. But the whole thing is crazy. I know we're gonna get like a motion to dismiss any day now. And I think the judge is gonna keep denying them because I don't know, I think she's in on it. The things that judge has let slide is crazy. Sorry, this is the first time I'm hearing of this. So the guy dies from being ran over as a dog bite, and the only evidence for the girlfriend is her car, and the police are being fishy. Yes, kind of. He wasn't, so they found him in the snow. They found his body in the snow, and they're claiming that she hit him with her car because she had a broken taillight. But there's also footage showing that the broken taillight happened before. Like, there's footage of her leaving a driveway or something, and the broken taillight is already broken. But they're saying, oh, well, it's more broken, so she must have hit him with the car. There's a whole conspiracy about all of this being a cover-up. Like, something happened. They were at a party. Well, he was at a party. She left. They were at a party. He's a former cop. Well, he's a cop. He was a cop. Like, a bunch of people at the party were cops, and they think it's all like a big cover-up. Yeah. Now, I don't know what reason. The problem is there's no motive, right? Like, they're trying to say the motive for her to murder him is because they had a fight. I don't know what the motive is for his supposed friends to murder him, but also everyone was drinking so much. And like, my theory has been maybe it was an accident. And they were just like, they never liked the girlfriend, and they were just like, we can get rid of her by pinning this on her. It's hard to say because he was in the cold for so long. Oh, I know it sounds ridiculous, but none of it makes sense. None of it makes sense. And I don't think we're ever going to know the truth, which is half the problem. Oh, and so there was a hung jury for the first trial. The reason the jury hung was because they tried to charge her with second-degree murder. And so the jury was like, we don't think that they proved this. But the way the judge gave the instructions, the jury instructions, she was like, if you don't know, if you can't come to a decision, you have to say you can't come to a decision. So they didn't fill out any of the verdict form. They just said they couldn't come to a decision. And then after the fact, jurors reached out to the judge, the prosecution, and the defense and said, hey, we did come to a conclusion. Like, we did say not guilty on these two things, but we couldn't agree on this third count. And so for like, they've been fighting back and forth saying you have to pull the jury because she shouldn't have to go back to trial for this if they said she was not guilty on 2 out of 3 counts. And the judge is saying no. Turns out it was natural causes somehow, and this was all a waste of time. What if the guy just passed out in the snow? That's what I'm saying. Like, they were all drinking. Like, they went to 2 bars and then to a house party. Now, she dropped him off. I think that's how it worked. She dropped him off at the party. And the people in the party, at the party, say he never came inside. But then there's somebody who was like, oh yeah, I was standing at the window because I knew they were on the way and I never saw them get there. But he was found in the front yard. So like what they're trying to say is like she hit him on her way out of the driveway in like a fit of rage, and she was like the forensics of the way how fast her car would have been moving, because remember it was snowing, was like 3 miles an hour. They're like, oh well, maybe she ran over him, but he has no injuries except for like some scratches on his arm, which later they said was probably a result of a dog bite. Yeah, it sounds like a cover-up. This feels like an Agatha Christie novel. I know, it's like, I don't know. It's I feel really bad for, I was gonna say everybody involved, but that's not true. But like, I'm sure his family, you know, wants closure, and it sucks that they're going through this, but also it would suck if someone who didn't murder someone went to jail for murder. So I just can't believe it was so easy to pin it on the girlfriend. It's so bizarre. They were all cops, yeah. The whole, if you go back and like watch any part of the trial, like I sat there the whole time and I didn't know anything about this case when I started watching it. I knew it was gonna be broadcast, and I was like, I'm gonna watch this with a lawyer on YouTube that I watch things with sometimes, and she went into it without really knowing anything. So I went in with the mindset of a juror. Like, I'm gonna go in this knowing nothing, watch what happens, listen to the arguments, watch the look at the evidence and see what I think. And at the end I was like, I don't even know what case they were trying to make. They certainly didn't make it. And I like, I knew it was either gonna be not guilty or a mistrial, but like, I don't even know how they got to I don't even know how anyone could be like, oh yeah, she's definitely guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, because they didn't prove anything. No injuries that suggest being ran over. Nope. I mean, dying from being ran over would have to be some serious injury making him incapable of moving from the snow. Yeah. Yeah, it's all... They said they found his blood in the snow, but again, they used red Solo cups that they got from a neighbor's house, not like sterilized anything, to collect the evidence. Yeah, it's all very weird. And every day there's something new coming out from one of the sides about it. But you know, I know that if it comes down to one being dismissed or she ends up going back to trial and getting cleared, I know she's suing the Commonwealth. And she should, because I can't imagine how much money she's spent on this trial. Now gonna be doing it twice. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, that's the Karen Reed trial. Yeah, and for no valid evidence. Yeah. I don't even... Yeah, I don't know. They said at one point they found his DNA on her car. They didn't say what kind, by the way. And I was like, yeah. He's her boyfriend. I think they live together. I'm sure he drove her car sometimes. What do you mean? I don't know. They tried to block, they did originally block, yeah, and she drove him there. They did originally block the expert who said they tested the person who was having the house party, they tested the dog and found like dog DNA on the guy's clothes and the scratches that coincided with a dog attack. They somehow prevented like saliva. They somehow prevented that from being testified against. Or two, rather. I don't know. The whole thing. I can't, like... This is what I get for jumping the story late. We're talking about the Karen Reed trial. And how it's, about dirty cops trying to frame a potentially innocent person. But also if it was from the dog attack, it would have to be something serious. Well... So you were onto something earlier. I think their main, like, the thought is, like, he didn't die from blood loss, right? He died from hypothermia, I think. So I think it was like, oh, maybe he got knocked into the snow and he was already drunk and he like passed out and then died. And they're trying to figure out like how he ended up in the snow. On his back long enough to die. And that's where the car comes in. It's also very possible that all of this was an accident. But if it was an accident, why would they be trying to pin it on her? I don't know. But then also, the investigator of this case is also under investigation by the FBI for 2 other cases where he mishandled evidence. So maybe the thought was, oh, I can't get in trouble, so we'll make sure I'm not around this. But I don't know. I guess we're gonna find out, or we won't find out. And like that's why I keep getting annoyed, because like this poor family is not gonna get any closure the way it's going. they're trying to paint her as like jealous of some girl he was flirting with on vacation months earlier. So she stayed with him for months, got him drunk, and then hit him with her car and knew that he would pass out and die after. Like, I don't know. And also, like, not to be that guy, but he had custody of his niece and nephew, who he was guardian of since his brother and sister-in-law, or sister, but either way, died. Like, I just don't understand. It's not like, if he died, they're not married. What would she get from that? Not any money, I'm sure, because I'm sure it would all go to the kids. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Not that there's never been a murder that didn't make sense, but everything to me points to cops being corrupt. I know that's a shock. I know that could never happen. But anyway. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to startle you with such a claim. But it is an interesting case, if only to I mean, if you want to get frustrated, really. Honestly. I know a couple people who've on YouTube who have covered it. If you're ever interested, I'm sure they have like playlists with the whole thing. Emily D. Baker, and The Lawyer You Know is the video we were talking about. There was somebody else, but I don't remember. But also, like, don't put yourself through it. The Commonwealth, I think they went through 68 witnesses before they finished their case. And again, at the end, I was like, what case did you make? 68 people you paraded up here to talk about how much people were drinking that night. None of that explained why you think Karen Reed killed her boyfriend. I'm scared of true crime. Like, I don't want to know what people are capable of. That's fair. I feel like I already know what people are capable of, so at this point it's like, whatever. Alright. This next focus block is gonna be a longer one, because I have a meeting at 5. So, sorry in advance. I think we're gonna do 90 minutes. But on the bright side, when that one's over, we're probably done with focus. Because I didn't take a lunch today, so we can chill for the last hour or whatever. What did I do last time? I did 0 and then it like immediately got upset. We'll just do 15 and then tell her to shut up. You know what? Fuck it. Who needs to focus anymore anyway? Who needs focus? Not me. I'm done. I'm anti-focus from this point on. It's an hour before quitting time. I didn't take a lunch today. Feel like we spent most of the day dealing with bullshit. Not that this is unexpected after 2 days off, but alas. What are you wowing about, Wolf? Sounds like it's lunchtime and then the end of the day. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. My therapist and I need to start going on mental health walk. Who said fuck focus? Yeah. Lauren, remind me to tell you about my last therapy appointment because it was really funny. We spent a lot of time talking about politics, but I'll tell you more on a call. I feel like half the time my therapist and I are like switching roles. Like we just complain at each other, which is fine. But anyway, now that I have both of you here, Wolf and Lauren, once again, I can't help but notice you guys haven't been on Final Fantasy in a while. Wolf hasn't been on since like the day he transferred, I think. 22 days ago. Lauren 10 days ago. And you talked to Bree too. We started talking about politics today and she said that the media makes it seem worse than it is. Oh girl, no. And overinflate the seriousness of it. And I was like internally thinking this might be a sign I need a new therapist. Yeah. Yeah. You're just guilting everyone. Well, they're already paying for subscriptions, Nicole. And they're not logging on. It's not like you. Still working on you. And yeah, absolutely need a new therapist. And so after 7, then the natural progression is 14. Because 7 plus 7. You just finished. You just did the other 7, right? And now you're doing. No, but 7 plus 7. You see the vision? Mm-hmm. The logic is there. Ugh. Got me a hoagie and a cheesecake. Nice. My meeting was okay. Spent some time hearing an update about what's going on with, you know, California being on fire and the aftermath of that. And then I zoned out a bit after that. Nicole, I'm not giving up on you yet. One of these days. I'm not giving up on you, I said. Doesn't play Stardew with me. Doesn't play Final Fantasy with me. I know the pout doesn't work on you. I don't know why I'm trying. That makes one of you? Wait, you've given up on you? Is that what you mean by that? Oh, I scratched myself with my own nails, guys. Calling me out again? I wasn't that time. I was calling out Nicole, but if the shoe fits. Since day one. You gave up on you? Okay, well. I got nothing, honestly. What if he's Nicole but with an H? Or worse, with a K. Yeah. Either way. Pickle? Yeah, exactly. Hi, Cole? Is that where we're going with that? Hi, Cole. So many eyes. All I hear are elephants upstairs. How'd you fit elephants? Multiple elephants upstairs? That sounds, one, like not allowed, and two, oh, just one. Okay. No. Guys, someone remind me off stream to go through this playlist so it's not just lullabies back to back. Where are the dad jokes now, buddy? What? Like that? She keeps reusing the same thing. Yeah, no, I know. I haven't seen that one in a while. Okay, wait, but do we want to learn how to piss off men, even though men don't exist anymore? Pick a number between 1 and 109. 56. I'll throw me in that with them. Well, no, there's... Wolf, I don't know if you missed it, but there was an executive order by our president that it's what you are at conception that determines your gender. So we're all women. Sorry to tell you. You are now one of us. 56. Isn't that Grimes' ex-boyfriend? Say this to an Elon Musk stan. For a second I thought this was how you piss off men, just by saying pick a number between 1 and 109. Yep. I guess that's fine, okay. If I don't exist, then I don't have to pay taxes. You're right, actually. Can I also not exist? These property taxes are killing me. All right, give me another number. $107. Is that a furry thing? Say this when he tells you he's an alpha male. If all else fails, bark at him until he realizes he's not really about that life. Not that you don't exist, that's everyone who was a man is now a woman. And then go into serious detail with him about Omegaverse. Anyone else? No one picked 69 yet. I'll do it. Aw, she's so cute. Is she a doodle? Say this about a man's Rottweiler, German Shepherd, Pitbull, or feral child. 47. I'm here. Text him this in the middle of the night and then turn your phone off. Wait as many days as you want, and then text him again saying, sorry, wrong person. 14. You remind me of James Corden. When he asks why you've said such a thing, respond with, oh, you're just funny in the way that he's funny. Even men who like James Corden don't want to be James Corden. Ouch, but deserved, yeah. Yeah, these are good. Also 42, obligatory. Do you think you could beat a goose in a fight? He will, of course, say yes. He'll bring up weight classes, state his resume, etc. The trick here is that no matter what he says, cock your head, consider him carefully, and then say, but it's a goose. Personal anecdote. This one was used on me once to devastating effect. I was left feeling adrift. Had I based my entire concept of self-worth on my capacity for goose violence? I texted a friend for reassurance. Here's how that conversation went. Kyle, are you reasonably confident in my ability to win a fight to the death with a 20-pound goose? Max, what kind of goose are we talking here? Canada, Greylag, Brant, Greater White-Fronted? Kyle, take your strongest pick. So Canada. Kyle, geese max out at 20 pounds though. And remember, though you know me as an improv guy, I was a prize fighter with a nearly perfect record. Although I'm not sure if Muay Thai translates to goose brawling. Shut up, Narbot. Max. Okay, so the giant Canada goose weighs in at 5 kilograms or almost 12 pounds. Kyle, I weigh 72 pounds if that matters. Max. I think you have the edge here. Make no mistake, you're a rangy fighter and should have the reach necessary to dispatch the goose with a well-placed kick. Geese are reluctant fighters, actually. Their primary defensive response is to try and have a dick measuring contest with their attacker. Male geese will stare down a charging elephant, and usually this is enough to convince an attacker that they're not worth the trouble. What this means is you'd likely have a gimme strike right at the start. So if you can take him out in one blow, the thing's over before it starts. My concern is that if it's not enough to take the goose out, you will have one huge, seriously pissed off goose on your hands. I think if it gets you on the ground, it's over. It can just swarm your upper body and overwhelm you. I mean, you're looking at like a 7 or 8 foot wingspan. Kyle, bro, I'm crying reading this. This is a fight to the death, by the way, no running, if that changes anything. Max, I would probably bet on you then, because the goose's only move is to peck your eyes out, which, like, if the goose is in a position to do that, then you've already lost. Now, what does this prove, aside from the fact that there are examples of positive male friendships in the world? It proves that 1, this tactic totally works, and 2, I would totally beat a goose in a fight. I don't know if that proves either of those things, but it was a good story. 43. I love your moped. Say this to a man with a Harley. Alright, we can't do all of them. We have to save some. I have a redemption for this, but I called it Words of Wisdom. It's turned off right now, because all the people here love the Harley stuff. Wait, here's another anecdote one. Do we like reading stories? I'll do another one. This one is number 75, first of all. You've been served. When I first moved to Los Angeles, I was unemployed and looking for recreational ways to sow discord. I am what's known as a high sensation-seeking individual, a person with a proclivity for boredom, deadly boredom. Unchecked, we sensation seekers can veer off into crocodile wrangling, drug use, or cult leadership. I'm told that if you want to survive, your best friend is a healthy outlet. My hair's sticking to me. I thought I'd cracked it for a while, but there's only so many times you can go skydiving before you go broke. Google the price of jet fuel if you don't believe me. Anyway, that's how I became a process server. It started with Margot, a friend of a friend who called me to ask if I'd be comfortable serving her asshole husband his divorce papers. Boy, would I. First comic down, 2 more to go. Nice. The more I learned about my target, Jason, the more I began to see my messenger mission as a kind of vigilantism. I was the Batman of broken marriages, a kid on Christmas. I slept cradling my manila folder like a teddy bear. Margot had warned me that Jason fancied himself a psychic. What does that even mean? My roommate asked. Like the way rats can tell when trains are coming? I neglected to mention that humans can do that too because trains run very loud and on schedule. Jason, however, didn't have... What? Is that missing a word? No, didn't do either of those things. He was silent and erratic, a process server's worst nightmare. He quickly made a believer out of me, slipping from my grasp time after time, not unlike the unwranglable crocodiles of my youth. This guy talks about wrangling crocodiles a lot. When I showed up at his job, he called out sick. When I saw him on the street, he ducked into an alley. I spent months stalking this guy, and in a way, I never wanted it to end. He was my nemesis, a prize-winning buck, a snake with infinite skin to shed. I did eventually catch him. Some Saturday morning, I was listening to an interview from a hunter. Want to get a rabbit? Shoot twice, he said southernly. Shoot twice in the same place. They run in circles. If you miss with the first bullet, he'll run to the second. I gasped. For the first and only time in my life, says the footnote. That was it. I drove to Jason's place of employment, a stall at the Santa Monica Farmers Market, and asked his coworkers if he was around. They told me he'd called out, as per usual, so I left, as per usual. Except this time, I returned a half hour later and found Jason crouching over a box of artichokes. I placed the folder delicately in front of him, and he glared up at me, looking like a steaming rabbit stew. Okay. You've been served, I told him. Euphoric antagonism. I think of him often, my one that got away, for a time at least. Process serving was a brief yet crackling chapter of my life. I abandoned it quickly when I discovered that I didn't need the long arm of the law to piss off men. Turns out I could do it pretty much anywhere, and with less of a paper trail. I suppose this is my origin story. Every vigilante has one. I love this book. It was $17 and worth every penny. Sorry. I got a call about an interview for an operations position. And as I was going through all the information, it became very clear to me that it was a sales position. And they set me up for a second interview. And I responded to an email and said, hey, this was listed as an operations manager position. Is it? Because it seems like a sales position and I'm not interested. And they just responded now and said, it is a sales position. Would you like me to remove you from the calendar? And I said, yes, please. And I would also recommend you rethink the way you're promoting jobs because the job market is too difficult right now for you to be wasting people's time. Anyway. I'm not here to sell anything except Balesa. Oh, right. That was Narbot saying it was break time was starting. I forgot we ended the focus time early. I'm so sorry if that comes through every time I hit it. It's just like right here. I just find it like bullshit. It's already like people are already spending all of their free time looking for jobs just for people to basically use shady tactics to get them in a room. I can't think of a situation where a sales rep would be called an operations manager. Nowhere in the job description did it seem like a sales position. I have absolutely no interest in selling. So, don't waste my fucking time. Anyway. I did apply for some jobs today. Fingers crossed on those. Hopefully none of them find my streams where I'm telling people not to waste my fucking time. But I mean it. It sucks out there. Go away. Well, hello, Monroe. Welcome. Hey, remember how I was telling you guys about the friend who I'm trying to get the chaotic clear for? That's Monroe. Now, everyone, shame her. She's also the one that had the windshield explosion, which I still need more information about that one. All right. I still didn't make the raid thing, the raid command. I need like an offline to-do list that actually reminds me of things, not like my actual reminders app, because I've gotten so good at like out of sighting that. The fact that I've had check your plants on here for my like in-game plants. Last time I did it was November. In fairness, I haven't planted anything new, but that's not the point. What's happening here? Actually, the people that are live right now are all people that I've raided recently. Actually, wait, no, we have a We have someone from the Discord that's streaming. Hold on. Let me make this work first. Talk amongst yourselves. I swear, like, it's annoying me because I know that I made one and I just don't know what happened to it. I think it got, like, overridden by something else, but I don't know what. And I would think it would just, like, unless I accidentally deleted it, which is possible. I also could have just named it something stupid, you know? Things I need to get rid of that are never used, like uptime. Also, I have so many commands that nobody uses. Like, I've had that boop one in there forever. Wolf, I think you're the first person to ever use it. I also have this one. That work? Yeah. This. Oh, I see. No. Maybe I made the action and then never, or made the command and never put an action to it, which is also possible. You just never know. No, we're not doing another timer. Raid message. So, does that work? Ah! Guys, I had it all along. Why is it not here? Oh. Wait, it must be here already because it won't let me add it. No, but it's not. Okay. No. Alright, we'll do it this way. And then command triggered raid message. Okay. It has to be here because it sent the message. I don't know. We know what it is now. I think what I should do though is actually, hold on, let me delete this. Yeah. I think what I should do is put it with the like raid command or like the raid preview rather. Yeah. So for action, run action. No, core command. What? I figured out what I did. I don't want to talk about it. I put it under mod only commands. Don't worry about it. Okay. Let's get rid of this. Actually, let's do this first. Clear list. And then let me make sure that they're actually still live. Not really sure what they're doing yet, so I want to make sure they're not like leaving. Oh no, they're only 30 minutes into stream. That's fine. Okay. So this should work now. Let me put this here. Oh, okay. 12-hour stream though. Okay, does this work? There we go. Okay, we got it. All right, so now it'll trigger automatically when I start a raid. Perfect. Anyway. It'd be nice if I could actually copy my own message. What are words? Collection of symbols that we interpret into some kind of meaning. They make some sounds. I don't know how to string them together is the point. We might stream tomorrow. Depends how I feel in the morning. Since today was a makeup for yesterday. Tomorrow would be normal. And these are, I know I keep saying it, but these are very helpful for me personally. Hopefully they're helpful for you guys. I will try to get my music sorted out before the next co-working stream, regardless of when it is. And if not tomorrow, we'll be back Saturday for Stardew. So anyway, thanks for being here.